Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. This is Who Did You Boycott Today? Well, folks, how we doing? Shout out to you for popping in for the broadcast. I'm not gonna be on here long. I hope. I got to get back to my other work, but I let the devil tell me to go into Jake's space not too long ago. I was taking one of my little breaks while I was busy working on my little computer. So I let the devil tell me to click on that title. And Jake comes on the microphone and is talking about LGBTQ, and the word Negro come out of his mouth. Now I've been listening to Jake. I met Jake 3 weeks after I got on Twitter. That's been around December of 2022. So I have listened to Jake many a times. I have had to stop going into his room. From time to time, I do listen anonymous, but not very often. I just can't bear it. I really can't. So I've been listening to Jake for a very long time because I used to go into his room when he would send me invites. I would try to my best to pop in. And Jake don't stand on Negro. But all of a sudden, in the past 6 months, anytime folks are talking about a sellout, that person became a Negro. When 6 months ago they were a black American. They were black American, FBA, or ADOS, or Freeman. They were never a Negro. But all of a sudden, anytime these brain human beings are on a public app and they are talking and referencing someone in a negative way to being a sellout or a coon, all of a sudden, all of these persons are Negroes now. They weren't Negroes 6 months ago. Most of these sorry human beings don't even have Negro on their profile or on their timeline until I start pointing it out. Until I started pointing it out. So go back a year and see when they started putting it in their timeline and call me a liar. They won't even send Negro out of their mouth. They made a joke of Negro, a downright joke. And some of them went as far security tribe to attack you when you came into their Twitter space. That's how much disdain they had for the term Negro. They would literally attack you and curse you up upwards and sideways and then talk over you and then boot you out the room. But now that they've been listening to my broadcast, they are changing their tune. Now all of a sudden, we're going to stand on paperwork. All the new narrative is we're going to stand on paperwork. And folks want to jump on these social media apps, Twitter land, and anytime they are saying something negative, that person becomes a Negro all of a sudden. Excuse me. But I don't understand what's wrong with these brain dead human beings. But it tells me clearly how much they honor and respect Negro ancestors. They do everything in their ability to paint Negro in a negative light because they didn't want to identify that way. They thought it was offensive. They thought it was outdated. They thought it was offensive. They thought it was outdated. Until I pointed to them, I pointed out to them, they're not getting one red penny if Negro is not front and center. Then they started changing their tune a little bit because they didn't want to lose that bag of money. They didn't want to lose that bag of money. They didn't want to lose that bag of money. So they Said we're gonna come up with a new acronym. Because we're not gonna lose that bag of money. All because we are offended by the term Negro. All because it's outdated. We're not gonna lose that bag of money. So we're gonna come up with this new acronym called Black American Negro Descendant. Black American Negro Descendant. After they don't went through all the other ones, they come up with a new one every time they feel like it. Peoplehood, good old peoplehood. We B1, we FBA, we ADOS, we Freeman, we Black American. They won't they won't singing. They were not saying they were Negroes. They didn't care about Negro. Not most of them. Only about 10 of us on Twitter. Only about 10 of us on Twitter identified as Negroes. About 10 of us, maybe 12, 12 or 14, but I can guarantee you it was less than 20. So you can pretty much see what I'm pointing out here. My memory is clear. My memory is clear, it's crystal clear, and I'm willing to bet it wasn't more than 20 in the year and a half from December of 2022 up until August of, I think it was 2023, that I separated from the Negroes. We had a disagreement about the word hate and white supremacy. I don't say the word white supremacy out of my mouth. No one is supreme to me. I don't know why you adults are running around here calling these pink people white supremacy. I still can't figure that one out. I'm just not going to be able to figure it out. I don't care if I live to see 100 or whatever. I'm not going to ever be able to make sense of that one. That adults are running around constantly saying white supremacy. No, they are white evil. They are white evil with money and power and control, but they're not nowhere near the word supreme. But y'all take great pleasure in it. You seem to take great pleasure in it. You must want to damage your children and grandkids. You must want to accomplish that because I can't think of any other reason why you will be saying the darn word. Because I can't think of any other reason why any adult with brown and dark brown skin will be on a public app constantly saying white supremacy like somebody got a gun to your head. Are you trying to program your child and grandchild? Because I don't know, you seem to be fully programmed. So you're gonna pass it on to them. You're gonna pass it down to them. So when they get older, they're gonna start running around saying the same word out of their mouth. White supremacy. It's the white supremacies. It's their fault. It's the white supremacy. It's their fault. No, they white evil. That's the correct wording that applies to these demons, these subpar human beings who are pink. They're not nowhere near white. They're pink, a very, very, very light pink, or a very, very light pale. But they're not nowhere near white. But it's any stretch of the imagination. You can't even stretch your imagination to make them white. No, they are pink people, and they are nowhere near any fitting the definition of white supremacy. So I don't know why you folks want to keep on damaging yourself, because why would you run around calling another human being supreme over you? No, they've been exercising evil and corruption and dishonesty That's how they have been able to do their damage. But it wasn't because they were supreme. It was not because they were supreme. No, it was because they were evil, they were corrupt, they were dishonest, and so they went about doing a evil and murdering and hanging and lynching and burning human beings. That don't make you supreme. I don't care how much money you have. That don't make you supreme. I need for someone to explain that to me. I want someone to explain it to me pronto. Because I ain't said one thing out of my mouth that fits the description of supreme. When you have a history and a track record of making another human being a slave, you have a history and track record of murdering and lynching human beings and hanging and burning human beings alive, how in God's name can you be supreme? Somebody needs to answer that. Someone needs to answer that darn question because this is beyond comprehension. And that next generation don't need to be harmed by you warped brain adults. They don't deserve that. They don't deserve for you to pass that harm down to them. You may be harmed and you may be programmed to keep on repeating that darn word. I would rather die before I let my daughter hear me say white supremacy. I'm not lying to you folks. I would rather die that next second before I allow her to hear her mother say white supremacy. Y'all folks got to be, whew, I don't know what. I clearly know all of us have been damaged. We were born into a sick environment. We were born into a sick environment. And the trauma and the scars are real. They're not made up. They're not imagination. They're not no victimized. It's not no complaining. It's a real thing like taking your next breath. It's a real thing. Like every breath that you take. But to keep on running around repeating the darn word white supremacy. And now you folks on taking up hate. You can't say hate out of your mouth enough time. Why do you feel the need to say the word hate? I have posted on my Twitter timeline specific names of persons from the Pan Africans who made it their business to run around for more than a good 2 years trying to label Negro Americans and Black Americans and Freemen and ADOS and FBA a hate group. So are you folks working together? Are you folks working together? You working together with the Pan Africans and the other immigrants with brown and dark brown skin? Are you working together with the Africans and the Pan Africans and the Jamaicans and the Haitians and the Bahamas and the Europeans and the Canada and Australia, wherever they come from? Are you all working together? Because you seem to love this word called hate. All of a sudden, in the last year, and now since I've been making my posts, you folks are doubling down. You're saying that you just one or two times wasn't good enough. Now you got to say it 3 or 4 or 5 times. Well, you can go right ahead and do it. You go right ahead and knock yourself out. Because I'm 62 years old. Ain't a whole lot more harm they're going to do to me before I kick the bucket Before I kick the bucket, it's not a whole lot more harm they're going to do to me, short of killing me, short of murdering me. It's not a whole lot of harm they're going to get done to me in whatever amount of time I got left. But you folks are doing a banged up job to make sure your children and grandkids have to walk out into that world and live up under that word hate. You folks are doing it. You're working overtime. You need to take a little break. You need to take a little break because you're working overtime. It's not. It shouldn't require you to work overtime to constantly say the word hate. You should not have to work that hard. It's unnecessary. But you can guarantee the Asians have already got a hate crime bill. The Jews are working on a hate crime bill. And the third are going to be those Caucasians. So that's going to be three, unless the Caucasians and the Jews combine they hate crime bill. So your child and your grandchild is going to have to walk out into that world and live up under those hate crime bills while y'all so busy enjoy saying the word hate. I'm quite sure you know they are recording every word that come out of your mouth and my mouth and your mouth and my mouth. It's being recorded. So when the Congress have to vote on a Jewish hate crime bill, I'm quite sure they're going to listen to some of those recordings. They're going to go in that little back room and listen to those recordings of all you folks who were just so gun ho. You were just so gun ho about saying the word hate. Then they're going to go back to the floor of the Congress and vote. Then they're going to pass it to the Senate. And they're going to go in the back room and listen to the recordings again. And then they'll come back out and go to the floor and vote on it. So I don't get it. I seriously don't get it. But getting back to Jake, I want you folks to understand something right now. Negroes built America, not black Americans. Negro ancestors built America, not this rewritten narrative called Black American. No, it was Negroes for 246 years who never got paid one red penny but worked from sun up to sundown. I don't think any Black American did that. And I think we all know that. But folks are in the 21st century trying to steal it. They're trying to steal it and put it up on the Black American and put it up under Freeman and put it up under ADOS and put it up under FBA. God is not going to let them get away with that. I want you to mark my word. Mark my word today on the 6th of March, 2025. God is not going to let these ungrateful human beings get away with that. No, those persons who went through that hell, they deserve to be acknowledged for building the wealth and the infrastructure of America. And no one else deserves to get credit for it. Not me, not you, not me, not you. No, the only person who deserves credit for that are those Negroes who died and the ones that lived. They are the only ones that deserve credit. Not no black American, not no Freeman, not no ADOS, not no AFBA, because there was no Freeman status between 1619 and 1865. There was no Freeman status. They had a legal piece of paper that gave them their freedom. Let's all say it together. Those sorry human beings who are running around here telling you that we are all freemen, all they were given was a piece of paper from the slave master that gave them their freedom. Now, do you think that subpar human being who was a slave master wrote on there freeman. I know you can figure that out. That did not happen. That slave master did not write the word freeman. Freedmen. No, they wrote freedom. But the persons back then more than likely had trouble pronouncing the word, and they ended up pronouncing freeman. But they meant to say freedom. And these brain dead human beings want to try to stretch it into a lie. Yes, a Freeman Bureau was set up. It was no different than an EBT and a welfare office today that folks walked into for food and shelter and whatever other help they could get. Yeah, folks walked in, they put their name on a piece of paper. It was called a DAWS roll, but it's no different than an EBT welfare office that we know about. But folks want to try to turn it into a ethnicity. And then they want to steal the Negro ancestor history and try to make it theirs. They really think they're going to get away with this. They really think they're going to get away with this underhanded tactic. But I can tell you right now, Donald Trump has made it very clear that he do not want anyone growing up to hate America. Let's all say it together. Donald Trump said out of his own mouth, he do not want anyone growing up to hate America. Well, I can only think of three reasons why anyone may grow up to hate America. The first being if they learn about the genocide of the American Indian. They almost wiped that whole bloodline off the face of the earth. They came very, very close to wiping that whole bloodline off the face of the earth. At the while they were busy doing that, they were busy making human beings slaves, and they recorded it. They recorded slavery as Negro slavery. Go over to Google and search for it. Slavery in America was recorded as Negro slavery, not chattel slavery, not American descendants of slaves, not chattel slavery, not American descendants of slaves. No, it was recorded with two words: Negro slavery. Every time a person, a human being, was put up for sale, they said this Negro is put up for sale today. They said this Negro is put up for sale today. They did not say chattel slavery. No, it was Negro slavery. It wasn't called chattel slavery. And you don't get to come into the 21st century and rewrite history and redefine it. You don't get to rewrite it. You don't get to redefine it because it has already been recorded. It has already been recorded. It's locked behind an archive. It's locked behind an archive, or America is busy trying to erase it. And that's really what America is trying to do. They have already started changing the books to Black American and African American. They have already started changing the books to replace the term Negro and insert Black American or African American. Because America needs that blood washed off their hand. They cannot allow the term Negro to stay in existence. They cannot allow that to happen because they want that blood washed off of their hands for 246 years of Negro slavery. So that's why America changed to the classification Black American. That's how Black American came about. It didn't just drop out the sky. It didn't just drop out the sky. America went to that classification called Black American because they wanted to wash the blood off of their hands for Negro slavery. And they wanted to be white. And they wanted these other human beings to be black because they wanted to mistreat them. They wanted to always look down on them. But Black American is not an original bloodline. God did not birth anyone into the world a Black American. No, God birthed each human being into the world belonging to a specific bloodline, and it was not spelled white or black. And we clearly know this. We clearly have enough intelligence and common sense to know that God did not birth anyone into the world a black person or a white person. They were made up because America could see the writing on the wall that slavery was getting ready to come to an end around 1840. Around 1840, America realized that slavery was getting ready to come to an end, and they wanted to keep on feeling superior over someone, over other human beings who had brown or dark brown skin. So they decided to come up with a social construct called white and black. They it fell out of their little brain. It fell out of their little brain, and they stamped it into existence. And eventually, all of us started repeating it over and over. All of us human beings just started repeating it over and over. But Negro is a true bloodline. Negro is a true bloodline. This information was discovered over 9 years ago by Pastor Darby. But America knows it too. And Putin of Russia knows it. And of course, the Jews know. But my common sense tells me a lot of other nations know the same information. A lot of other nations know that same information that America has the Negro bloodline on their landmass. And Negroes are scattered on all four corners of the earth, but they mostly concerned about the Negroes on America's landmass because we are God's chosen people. Negro bloodline is E1B1A. E1B1A. I don't need to ask you folks what is the bloodline for Black American? What is the bloodline for Freeman? What is the bloodline for ADOS? What is the bloodline for FBA? But Negro has a true bloodline. But these sorry human beings want to make a joke and try to paint Negro in a negative light. Every time they do it, they are disrespecting their ancestors because they're not here to speak for themselves. They're not on Twitter and in a Twitter space to speak for themselves. When they come off the microphone and try to paint the term Negro in a negative light and call that person a sellout or a coon, they are disrespecting their own ancestors. And my common sense tells me a lot of these folks are not Negroes. I am convinced of that now. After after being a part of this madness for a good 3 years, after being a part of this madness for a good 3 years, I am convinced that a lot of these folks who have brown and dark brown skin, they not Negroes. They just claiming to be a Negro. But God's chosen, God's true bloodline of people are not going to allow anyone to disrespect their bloodline. They're not going to do it themselves, and they're not going to allow anyone else to do it. If you really got that blood flowing through your body, you're not going to embarrass yourself by trying to paint Negro bloodline in a negative light. Because if you had that blood in you, then you wouldn't do it. You just wouldn't do it. Because I know I've been around for the past 3 years, and I know many of you never wanted to say the term Negro out of your mouth. You didn't even want to say it, let alone put it in print. You didn't want to say it out your mouth, and you did not want to put it in print. But all of a sudden now, whenever you want to talk about a sellout or a coon, that person just magically became a Negro. And you ain't looked at no paperwork. You ain't met the person. You just made an assumption that they are Negro. That's when I know I'm listening to a bald faced liar. I'm listening to a bald faced liar, and I know I don't want to have nothing to do with you. I don't want to associate with you, let alone look at you. I don't know why folks want to get on these public apps and damage their reputation. Y'all just take great pleasure in it. I noticed quite a few of you just take great pleasure in it, damaging your reputation by spewing out one lie after another, one lie after another. It just flow out your mouth, just flow out your mouth, just flow. Total disregard to your own personal reputation. You seem to care nothing about it. You care nothing about it. You just wake up day after day and keep right on trucking along. But I can tell you right now, depending on what Donald Trump and the Congress and the Senate and the OMB decide, one way or the other, we're going to find out once and for all whether or not America is going to honor Negro ancestors' 246 years of Negro slavery. We're going to find that out. My common sense say it could go either way. I say it's a 50-50 chance. It's a 50-50 chance that either America is going to erase Negro completely, and they little pipe dream and they little fantasy about that acronym called Black American Negro Descendant. If they accept it, then I think Donald Trump is going to have to eat the words that came out of his mouth. I think Donald Trump is going to have to end up eating those words that he said that he don't want anyone growing up to hate America. Now, I don't know if Donald Trump is planning on eating his words. I don't have a crystal ball. I do not have a crystal ball, but if Donald Trump accepts the acronym Black American Negro Descendant or Black American Negro Freeman, then maybe Donald Trump is planning on eating those words. I don't know. I really don't. I don't want to take a guess at it. But if you change how America recorded Negro slavery and you replace it with the acronym Black American Negro Descendant, you have removed the very evidence of the crime. You have volunteered to remove the very evidence of the crime. And I think most of us are intelligent enough without even going to law school to know that you don't change one word. If you're trying to win your legal case, you don't change one word, let alone one letter. But you want to come up with a whole new acronym and remove the very evidence of the crime, which is Negro slavery. Negro slavery. That's the very centerpiece of your evidence of 246 years of Negro slavery, and you want to make up a new acronym, and you think that's going to give you a stronger position to fight your legal case. You cannot be that dumb and slow. It's just not humanly possible to be walking around that dumb and slow. So something is going on. It's not adding up. It's not adding up. I think what it is egos. I think it's egos are blinding folks. It's egos and self interest and self agenda is blinding a lot of folks. You folks are getting blinded. You're getting bamboozled. You're full of yourself. You care about your popularity. You care about your little favoritism. You care about your little cliques. None of that's going to carry any weight if you're trying to win a legal case against America. America recorded Negro slavery one way. One little simple way. Every time they put that Negro up for sale, most of it is already in newspapers. Folks on wrote about it. It's on birth certificates. It's on marriage licenses. On death certificates. It's on birth certificates. It's on marriage licenses. On death certificates. You folks are in trouble. You folks are got a serious problem on your hand. Because Negro is the centerpiece of your case, of your legal case. Negro is the centerpiece of your legal case for 246 years of Negro slavery. Because America made Negro slavery legal. They made it legal. They made it legal, but they messed up when they signed that contract of Special Field Order 15. That's when they messed up. Whether it stayed into existence 1 hour or 1 minute, it still got signed into law. They messed up. That contract is the only thing that America is binded to. America is not binded for Jim Crow, black code, racism, discrimination, prisoner pipeline, redlining, and on and on. They're not going to be able to, no one is going to be able to prove any of those things. And they're not going to be held accountable for those things. Because I don't know how you get to skip over Special Field Order 15 and jump to Jim Crow laws, black code laws. I don't know how you do that. No, America clearly knows the debt is owed is Special Field Order 15. That is the reparations that's owed, along with cash compensation for every bit of time that has passed since it was rescinded. It was rescinded, and the Negroes, they laid their life down and died and were rewarded their freedom and Special Field Order 15. So if you ungrateful human beings gonna skip over that and think you're gonna get some reparations and don't feel it's worth fighting for, God is not gonna reward that. I don't know what delusional world you living in. You think God is gonna watch you skip over Special Field Order 15 and jump to some imaginary reparations claim? You got to be crazy. You have got to be crazy if you have told your little brain that. If you have been telling your little brain that every single day that you got up, then you've been lying to yourself. But you folks didn't care about fighting for that. Special Field Order 15 only requires one signature, one little signature by the president. But you, brain human beings, think that you're going to convince 435 congresspersons to vote for reparations. You think you're going to get 100 senators to vote for reparations when I think your common sense to tell you it's a simpler fight to fight for one signature than to fight for 435 congresspersons and 100 senators. I think that's a no-brainer. I think that's quite a no-brainer. But once again, you brain dead human beings were ungrateful. You can't see past your nose to spite yourself. You cannot see past your nose because of your own egos, your own self-interest, and your own self-agenda. Because you're not going to convince me that the way you run around here convincing all these other folks. I am. I must tell you, I am amazed at how they sit there and eat up all the lies that you folks be saying out your mouth. Because it be quite a few folks who come off the microphone sounding very, very intelligent and very, very common sense. And then I sit back and I scratch my head and I say, how are they convincing those persons with that lie? You mean to tell me you told your little brain that it was going to be easier to fight for 435 congresspersons to vote yes for reparations and 100 senators to vote yes for reparations instead of fighting for one signature by the president? How do you convince other human beings to swallow that? I want to know how you perform that Houdini. I would kindly like to know how in God's name are you performing that Houdini? It don't seem right. It don't seem possible. Well, you folks gonna not have to wait very long. You're not going to have to wait very long because Donald Trump has already stated that he do not want anyone to grow up hating America. I do not want my grandkids, I do not want my precious baron, my heir, to have to live up under the history of Negro slavery. So Donald Trump in America is making a decision as we speak. I'm quite sure they are strategizing and trying to figure out what their final decision is going to be. Are they going to acknowledge Negro on that census report? Are they going to acknowledge Negro as our birthright? Are they going to acknowledge Negro as our ethnicity and put Negro back on that census report? And Negro will not be tethered to Black American. Because if you tether Negro to Black American, you have removed the evidence of the crime. You have removed the evidence of the crime if you try to put Negro in front of Black American or if you try to put Negro after Black American. You have removed the evidence of the crime. And I think most of us, again, are intelligent enough to figure that out. But you folks couldn't be happy with just going to the OMB and saying, OMB, we demand a box for Black American. OMB, we demand a box for freedmen. OMB, we demand a box for ADOS. OMB, we demand a box for FBA and leave the term Negro alone. Just leave it alone. But you know you couldn't do that because you knew you couldn't get across the finish line without tethering to Negro. But Negro offended you. You think I forgot that? I heard it come out of your mouth. Uh, did you forget that I heard you say that Negro was outdated? So you don't get the back step in 2025 and decide to try to attach and a tether to Negro ancestors because you didn't want to identify that way. So you don't get to come into the 21st century, 2025, and try to be reinventing yourself and think it's going to fly. It's not going to fly. It's not going to fly. For all you persons who had Black American put on your birth certificate, you had every ability to self correct because biology only works one way. Biology only works one way. If you are claiming to be a descendant of a Negro, that simply makes you a Negro also, regardless if evil America didn't put the right information on your paperwork. No, you can't just make up a ethnicity. It don't work that way. Biology don't work that way. Biology don't work that way. So folks decided they wanted to hold on to Black American with a death grip. With a death grip. They were afraid of losing their black culture. They were just so afraid of losing their precious black culture, their precious black power, their precious black pride. Not one of that is my birthright. All those three things I said, not one of them are my birthright. God gave me my birthright, and it wasn't spelled black culture. It wasn't spelled black pride. It wasn't spelled black power. No, it was spelled Negro. That's what's on my mother paperwork. That's what's on my grandfather paperwork. That's what's on my great grandfather paperwork. And that's simple biology. That's simple biology. But if you wanted to honor the sacrifice that Negroes made for 246 years, why would you not want to stand on Negro? If you really respected the sacrifice and the achievements that they made, why would you not want to stand on Negro? I, I I've been I've been trying to figure that one out. Why would you not want to fight to stand on Negro to honor each one of those persons who got lynched and burnt and hung to death? Why would you not want to do that? I know you love the term Black American, but would it have been the right thing to do to fight and stand on Negro? Something is not inside of you that need to be there. It's just not in whatever need to be inside of you is not there because no one should have to encourage you or to explain to you to want to stand on Negro. You folks have shown a level of ungratefulness that would never be measured. It would never be measured because as it stands right now, Negro got removed on the 28th of March, 2024. On the 28th of March, 2024, the OMB removed Negro off the census report. So you ungrateful human beings lost everything that your ancestors sacrificed for in a blink of an eye. You lost it. It wasn't worth fighting for. You allowed the OMB to remove Negro on the 28th of March, 2024. And you folks are still running around here fantasizing about reparations. I don't know how you lying to people. I really don't know how you're doing it. I really would like to try to understand it. But on the 28th of March, 2024, your little reparations got washed down the drain. And you folks pretending like nothing happened. But the OMB took a little ink pen, and on the 28th of March, 2024, they removed Negro. Did you forget that was the centerpiece of your harm? Did, did you folks forget that was your centerpiece, your strongest evidence of the harm? And you just woke up the next day and went about your merry life like nothing happened. America was telling you and me to your face that we are erasing your history. We are erasing your history and we're going to rewrite it. We are going to erase that 246 years, 246 years of hangings, another human being, 246 years of lynching another human being, 246 years of burning a human being that's still alive. It all got washed down the drain on the 28th of March, 2024. And then you folks still ran around thinking you're going to get reparation. You really convinced yourself that you were going to still get reparation, that you still had a chance. Well, how do you have a chance to get reparation when America told you to your face, we are washing down the drain your whole history. And we are giving you a new classification called Black American and African American. You folks can't be that dumb and slow. So something is going on here. It's just not possible to be that dumb and slow. So America said we're going to remove Negro on the 28th of March, 2024. And then a few days later, on the 8th, on the 8th of April, they removed, was it yep, it was the 8th. No, it was the 28th of March. Yeah, on the 8th of April, they removed Negro from the term Black American. On the 8th of April, they removed Negro from the term African American. Why do you think they went to all that trouble to remove Negro from each one of those terms if they wanted to recognize your history? If they wanted to recognize your history, they would not have went to the trouble to remove Negro from the term Black American. If they wanted to recognize the Negro history, they wouldn't have went to the trouble to remove Negro from African American. But you folks still thought you was gonna get reparations, and then you started listening to my broadcast. A lot of you little minions started running around here listening to my broadcast, and y'all decided to try to make some correction. Y'all decided to try to make some corrections, so you came up with a new acronym. Because both of us know that Negro would not be in that acronym if you was if you didn't care about that bag of money. We both know that. We both can put our hands on a Bible and swear to it that Negro N for Negro wouldn't be in that acronym if you didn't think you needed it for that bag of money. If you didn't think you needed it for that bag of money, Negro wouldn't be nowhere there. But Black American would be. But Freeman would be there. ADOS would be there. FBA would be there, but Negro wouldn't be nowhere in sight. Negro wouldn't be nowhere in sight. So y'all folks can stop faking the funk, faking the funk, faking the funk, faking the funk. and just pretense, because you already don't expose yourself. You made a personal choice to abandon Negro in 2023. In March of 2023, you told the OMB, I am abandoning Negro, OMB, after the OMB read to you what their intentions were each of the 3 days. Not just the first day, but the second day and the third day. They read it out loud, and you still came on the phone and told the OMB, OMB, I am okay if you decide to remove Negro. I prefer I prefer to identify as Black American. OMB, I am okay if you decide to remove Negro because I prefer to identify as African American. OMB, I am okay if you decide to remove Negro because I prefer to identify as freeman. OMB, I am okay if you decide to remove Negro because I prefer to identify as ADOS. ADOS. OMB, I am okay if you decide to remove Negro because I prefer to identify as FBA. So the OMB removed Negro on the 28th of March. They removed it on the 28th of March 2024 because you brain dead folks told them in March of 2023 you wanted to abandon it. So the OMB listened and proceeded to remove Negro on the 28th of March 2024. And all your little precious patents and inventions got washed down the drain that day too. Don't forget that part. I don't think you're going to be running around here bragging much longer. I don't know. Maybe the patents and the inventions won't get washed down the drain. I'm in the process. I have already built a website to honor the ancestors, and I'm trying my best to look up each inventor who is a Negro descendant. That's what I'm trying to get done before America and the whole world erase the search engines and the chat GPT and on and on. I am doing my little bit to try to get it done to look up the inventors. I'm not going to be able to cover all of them. It's just not humanly possible. All I can do is try to do my little best to look up as many as I can get to. But God is not going to let you ungrateful human beings be rewarded. I'm just going to keep on repeating that. I've been preaching that for well over a year. Y'all can let it fall on deaf ears if you want to. I really don't give a darn because my common sense tells me that you're not going to ever see one red penny because you abandoned the term Negro. I've been saying that for the longest, but you didn't want to listen. You didn't want to listen. You wanted to be ego driven and care about your own self interest and your own self agenda. You cared more about saving the word Black American than you did care about saving Negro. You cared more about saving the term African American than you did about saving Negro. You cared more about saving freedmen than you did the term Negro. You cared more about saving and recognizing ADOS than you did to save Negro. You cared more about saving FBA than you did to save Negro. So, how do you think you deserve to be repaired for the harm that those Negroes had to live through? Why do you think you deserve to get paid one red penny? Because you didn't make any effort to save Negro. You didn't make one bit of effort to save it. But then you think you deserve reparations. Life don't work that way. Life don't work that way, and God is not going to reward ungratefulness. God is not going to do that. I don't know why you're lying to yourself, but God is not going to reward that. Not in your life. Not That's not going to happen. I just can't make myself believe that God is going to reward that level of ungratefulness. I just know I just cannot. I'm not going to lie to myself that way. No, I just can't do that. So, folks can either make up their mind to boycott and fight for Special Field Order 15, or they can just go to their grave with a pipe dream, with a fantasy. They can make a choice. They can make a choice, and time is running out. Time is running out day by day. Another wasted day of folks not boycotting Twitter. I caught one of those spaces on Twitter that they talked about Al Sharpton boycott. Initially, initially the host was trying to state that boycott was obsolete. That's how that's how pitiful folks are. They want to shoot something down all because they don't want to make that sacrifice. They want folks to not to believe in it, not to give it a try, not to make the effort because they just simply don't want to make that kind of sacrifice. So they got to discourage folks. All those good persons that I heard speak in that room that they made about boycotting and Al Sharpton, but they forgot to talk about themselves. They was having a good old time talking about Al Sharpton, but they left themselves out the conversation. How they have shown nothing but a weak backbone as to why they cannot boycott Twitter. But they had all so much to say about Al Sharpton, but they left themselves out the conversation. How they are failing their children and grandkids. Because they simply got to boycott Twitter. But they're not gonna admit that. They're gonna run away from it. No, only one person mentioned my name in the space. These folks, they cannot stand my guts. They're not gonna mention me come hell or high waters. I mean, they don't want to mention who did you boycott today name. They will not do it come hell or high waters. Only one little person halfway mentioned my name. They can keep on pretending. They can keep on pretending. They can keep on blackballing me. They can keep on blackballing me. They can keep on cursing me upwards and sideways. They can call me any name in the book. They can even get on an airplane and fly to Fayetteville, North Carolina and beat me to the ground. I really don't give a darn. I really don't. See, the one good thing about living to be an elder, you can go for broke. You can pretty much go for broke. You already done been Been through the ringer. You already done been through the ringer. Now, every day that the good Lord give you is gravy. It's nothing but gravy. It's a blessing from the good Lord. Every extra day that you get, it's a blessing. So I can go for broke. You can't put no fear in me. I think that's what upsets them the most. I think I think that's what upsets them the most because they cannot threaten me with beating me up. They cannot upset me with cursing me out and calling me names. So all they can do is blackball me and not mention my name. I guess. I guess that's what they have resulted to. But that's life. That's life. Who did you boycott today is going to keep on driving forward. I'm going to keep on preaching boycott until I get tired of it or until the good Lord tell me not to do it. Ain't nobody going to prevent me from doing it. I'm going to start putting my title back up in the room here. I just been having to respond to a few folks, but I'm going to get back round to it in the coming days. So you ain't going to be able to, I guess you can run away from it if you choose to do so. You can run away from my title that's going to say join boycott Twitter, boycott Twitter for Special Field Order 15 slash or land in that equal amount plus compensation, cash compensation payment. That's two simple, two very simple demands that the boycott can accomplish. But folks don't want to get behind it because they can't stand my guts. Well, you ain't got to join the boycott that I have launched for the past 3 years. For the past 3 years, you ain't got to join the one that I launched. Launch your own one. What's hindering you from launching your own boycott of Twitter? You ain't got since you don't like me, you can't stand my guts, you got just cannot, you despise me to no end. Then what's preventing you from starting your own boycott? You're not. I'm not stopping anyone from saying we're going to organize a boycott of Twitter for 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, 6 months. What's stopping you? And just shimmy on over to another platform. Go over to fan base, go over to Funded Socially. Just try to pick out a platform that's either owned or partially owned by a person with brown or dark brown skin. That should be about the only requirement. I think that should be about the only requirement. But no, you folks just don't want to do it. You want to run around and tell folks to shop black. We're gonna buy black. We're gonna shop black. We're gonna boycott on Wednesday. We're gonna boycott on Friday for one day. Keep on jumping through those hoops. Just keep right on jumping through those hoops to avoid boycotting Twitter. And if they don't come to the table, then add Facebook. If they don't come to the table, then add Instagram. If they don't come to the table, then add YouTube. If they don't come to the table, then add Clubhouse. If they don't come to the table to negotiate, then add TikTok. They'll come to that table. Oh, yes, they will. Oh, yes, they will. Folks could shut down America within about 30 days or less. They have the ability to shut down America, and folks wouldn't be running around here crying about DEI and government programs being canceled and folks losing their job. They could simply shut America down in about 30 days by simply targeting these social media platforms, and they won't even do it. It's just that simple. So it's no excuse for any of this crying. It's no excuse for it. It really isn't. Because God gave each one of us the power in our hands. God put the power in our hands to demand our justice day to day. That's the number one power that we have with every breath that we take, and we are refusing to use it. So, whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? Is that the Republicans' fault? Is that the Democrats' fault? Is that Donald Trump's fault? Is that Elon Musk's fault? Whose fault is it? I think it's your fault. I think it's your fault, and you don't want to take accountability for that. So you want to point the finger everywhere. You want to look over here and do all of this and do all of that and jump through hoops when you simply don't have to use your index finger to get on Twitter. You simply don't have to use your index finger and get on Facebook. You simply don't have to use your index finger and not get on Instagram. But you won't do it. No, you won't do it, but you got all the energy in the world to wake up day after day and open a Twitter space on your enemy's platform. You're just so comfortable. Your folks are just so comfortable that you can't wait to get up and open a Twitter space on your enemy's platform while they planning your demise every second of the day. It can't get no more pitiful than that. I really it's it just don't get no more pitiful than that. You are watching, and I am watching how the government is operating, and it's gonna harm a lot of folks. And you just get up anyway and just be comfortable with it. I don't know how folks do that. I really don't. The government is telling you that it's been corrupt. The government has been corrupted since we got the right to vote. This did not just start last year. No, the government been corrupted since we got the right to vote. And it's not going to change 5 years from now. It's not going to change 10 years from now. It's not going to change 15 years from now. It's not going to change 20 years from now. It's not going to change 25 years from now. It's not going to change 30 years from now because the oligarchy took over in 1981 up to the present day. And the oligarchy is not going anywhere. But we can fight against the oligarchy with a boycott. But you don't want to do that. But the oligarchy is not going anywhere. Not in the next 5 years, not in the next 10 years, not in the next 15 years. So I don't know why you folks are letting Mark King Carter and all these folks who are caping for the Democrats and caping for the Republicans lie to you. I don't know why you're doing that because the oligarchy don't care about your vote. The oligarchy don't care about my vote. All the oligarchy care about is controlling the government. They don't care about me. They don't care about you unless you figure out a way to strategize against the oligarchy. I don't know why you are convincing yourself that your vote matters. And then Mark King Carter takes it another step further. He says, well, all you have to be concerned about is that budget that the state get. Each state get a budget. That's correct. What part that Mark King Carter left out is that who controls the budget? Is it someone with your skin color or is it someone that don't have your skin color? Do you have 51% of the population of that state? I think Mark King Carter left that part out when he was telling you to just be concerned with the budget, the state budget. He left those details out. I think he left those details out because I think I was listening anonymous the other day, and somebody had mentioned something about how 8 Republican states refuse funding for breakfast and lunch meals, breakfast and lunch meals for kids in school. So you think if that state didn't want to feed those little children, they're gonna want to give you some money for a government, for a contract or a grant? Do you really think they're gonna want to do that? Do you really think once all these illegal immigrants get out of here, they're gonna want to give that money to you? They're gonna want to allocate that money to you when they thinking about chopping up that budget? I don't think they're gonna want to do that. I don't think they're gonna want to do that, especially when they prefer to let those little children starve to death. Didn't want to feed them. So if they didn't want to feed little children, then they're not going to give you or me, an adult, a second thought. No, no, these folks are corrupt. They are corrupt, and they are no different than the Democrat. They they most of them are criminals. I'm not going to swear down that every politician is a criminal, but the majority of them are, or America wouldn't be in the condition that it's in. So whether the Republicans steal the money or the Democrats steal the money, what's the difference? What's the difference really? Because they both been stealing the money. They both been stealing the money since they've been running for office. They've been stealing the money, giving it to the corporation, giving it to the banks, giving it to the Rockefellers, giving it to the Black Rocks, giving it to the cartels, giving it outside, just sending it outside the country. It's just every which way. So when Elon Musk get done finding all that money, he's just gonna allocate it for his own personal projects, or Donald Trump will have some projects that he want to spend money on. That's why all of those government programs got to go. That money got to come from somewhere. They trying to get to Mars. Haven't you heard? They trying to spend $500 billion on a AI or something like that. They trying to Elon Musk is trying to go to Mars. So those government programs, and a lot of folks got to lose their job. They got to lose their job because they got to find the money. They got to find the money to fund all of those little ideals in their head. And it don't include you and me. Now a few of you may get through the cracks. A few of you may just get through the cracks, and thank your lucky stars for that. A few of you may get through the cracks. But every little dime that they find that they call wasted, oh, they're gonna just allocate it somewhere else. They're just gonna allocate it to one of their other criminal partners, one of their other criminal partners, and everything will just keep right on trucking along, and and the Negro and the brown and dark brown skinned person will just have to die. They're either gonna starve to death, or they're not gonna have no roof over their head. They're not gonna have a job. So what you think gonna happen? They're either gonna die a natural death, or they're gonna walk out their door and do something desperate, and they may lose their life that way, or they may just end up in prison, or they're gonna end up homeless. It's not a whole lot of options there. But Elon Musk and Donald Trump clearly understands that they know if they starve you to death with price inflation, if they make it so you don't have a job, then you're not going to have a roof over your head. Those three things are going to wipe out quite a few folks. Those three things are going to end up wiping out a lot of folks unless they die a natural death. But those three things are going to go into effect. They have already started. They have already started. I don't know. I'm in the South. Grocery prices have not gotten as high as some of these other places, but it's getting there. It's inching up. I mean, at first it was 50 cents, then it was a dollar, then it was $1.50, and then it was $2. Now it's practically $3. Practically $3. Let me tell you, it is practically $3. A bottle of Coke costs $3. Pretty much say $3. It used to cost a dollar, maybe $1.17 sometimes, but most of the time it would maybe reach about $1.26. Now that same bottle that costs $1.26, it costs $3. So we clearly know, including myself, a lot of us are not going to be able to hold on. I'm not excluded. I am not excluded unless some of my investments come through. I am I am not going to be left out. If my investment in the co-op don't come through, if my investment in crypto don't come through, if my investment in fan base don't come through, if my investment in minds.com don't come through, and my insurance policy, I won't. That's not going to come in handy if I'm dead. But if those other four investments don't come through, I'm going to be in pretty bad shape. I'm going to be in pretty bad shape. So I don't know how these folks are convincing you to keep believing in voting and listening to Mark King Carter and Sexy Raw. I don't know why they lying the way they lying, because even if the budget has to go to the state, if Negroes and brown and dark brown skinned persons don't have 51% of that population, we're not going to be controlling that budget more than likely. And seeing as how we don't have a population in 25 states out of 50, those 25 states that we have a population that's less than 5%, those poll persons, they in a state that our population is less than 5%. Most of them are less than 2%. Okay, then we got the other 25, and we don't control the population of those other 25. We are Our population is is not real small, but it's not. We don't have the majority. And seeing as how folks don't want to run around and encourage folks to relocate, I don't see no change, because there's no way you gonna you can run every candidate that you can find. I mean, you go hunt them up, you go hunt every single person up, and you convince them to run for office, and you still going to be outnumbered at the local, state, and federal level, because you are already 25 states behind. So I don't know how you're not going to be outnumbered. But these lying people who cape for the Democrats and cape for the Republicans still keep running around here lying to you people and convincing you to believe it, when all you need to do is go over to Google and say, Google, give me a breakdown of the population state by state. Google, I need a breakdown of the population state by state. And you ain't got to believe me or Mark King Carter. You're going to be able to look at the data with your own two eyes. And then you may want to consider packing up that U-Haul and getting back to the South. You may just want to hurry up. You may just want to hurry up and get back to the South, to one of those 8 states, and they are Arkansas, Alabama, Mississippi, Atlanta, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, and Delaware. You may want to try to get to one of those 8 states as quickly as possible. You just may want to get to one of those 8 states so that hopefully we can get 51% of that population and give our children and grandkids a safe haven. But if you want to stay put and hunker down, that's your personal choice. I'm in North Carolina. I'm just gonna have to do my best to hunker down. I'm just gonna hunker down. I'm back at home on my own turf. I'm back where I was born and raised, so I can't ask for more than that. I can't ask for more than that. I can go visit my mother's grave. I can go visit my baby brother. I can go visit my other brother. I can go visit my grandfather. I can go visit my aunt. Yes, Lord. I can't. I feel. I'm very thankful for my blessings. I'm very thankful for my blessings that I made it back home. I was away for 8 years. It's nothing like being back home. And I know it's no way to fully understand how hard it is to relocate, but we cannot survive without being 51% of the state population. Otherwise, they're going to pick us off one by one. Otherwise, they're going to continue to mistreat us. Otherwise, they're going to continue to cut this and cut that and cut this and cut that. We have to take control of one of these states. We have to fight for Special Field Order 15. We have to boycott separation and self reliance. We have to put on our thinking cap and start our own businesses and figure out a supply line. We got a lot to figure out, but we got a little bit of time to figure it out. It's going to take them a little while to get all of these pieces in place, but we don't have a whole lot of time. We should be able to start businesses out of our living room or garage. If somebody know how to cut hair, then somebody needs to start a network. If somebody know how to do hair for women, someone needs to start a network. If someone know how to cut yard, somebody needs to start a network. If somebody knows STEM, somebody needs to start a network and teach it. If somebody knows what else, somebody know how to do child care, someone needs to start a network. Neighborhood by neighborhood. It just starts simple. It ain't got to be complicated. Just start neighborhood by neighborhood. Go door to door and knock on the doors and introduce yourself and figure out who wants to be a part of the network and who don't. And for the corner stores, just shimmy on over to the corner store and write down all the products in that corner store and then figure out a way to substitute that. Either do that by getting a Sam's card or a Costco card or a BJ card, but some type of card that you can buy in bulk. Buy in bulk, buy in bulk, and set up a point person neighborhood by neighborhood. Completely cut out the shipping costs because folks are in driving distance of each other. So somebody can stock up different products. Somebody may have the toilet paper. Somebody may have the soap. Somebody may have some breakfast cereal. Someone may have some other type of product. While at the same time starting to grow your own food. even if you grow nothing but one or two or three products. But start small, and that can be the safety net for all of us. But folks can't just sit on Twitter and not boycott. Folks can't sit on Twitter and not fight for Special Field Order 15. Folks can't sit on Twitter and start that network going door to door, knocking on doors and building that network. You should not have our community should not have to go to a corner store and pay high prices when somebody can put on their thinking cap and get a BJ card or a Sam's card or a what's the other one? Costco, and buy in bulk and supply the whole neighborhood. It may not it may not solve all the problems, but it can be a start. We can take that baby step and build onto it. We are never going to be able to give our children and grandkids a future until we are self-reliant. If we cannot work towards that and be willing to fight and die for that, then we're just marking time. That's the one thing the ancestors did get right. That's not the only thing, let me correct myself, but they gave us the model. All we have to do is put on our thinking cap because each one of us have it in us. Each one of us have that inside of us because it was passed down in the DNA. Our ancestors never wanted to be integrated. They never wanted to be integrated. They wanted to be self-reliant. They stated that to President Lincoln and Sherman. Soon as they came out of slavery, they made it very clear to President Lincoln and General Sherman they never wanted to be integrated. So they built their own security. They built their own communities, their own hospitals, their own stores. Everything they needed, they provided for themselves and their community. That's what we're going back to. That is what we're going to have to go back to, and that is how we lay the foundation for the next generation. That's the foundation and the infrastructure that we have to lay for the next generation. And we have to also lay that for each one of us who are adults. We have to get it done. We got to get it done. But we spend all this time talking to each other online. There have to be point of contact person in each one of these 50 states. I think we just need to tap into that. There's one of us in each one of these 50 states, and then we narrow it down to do we have a point person in each city? Do we have a point person in each county? And narrow it down to reduce the shipping costs so that somebody is going to be a point person and stock up on certain items. Well, when somebody in the neighborhood need toilet paper, that person going to get in a car and either drive it to the person or that person going to drive to that point person and pick it up. See, that cuts out the middle person. That cuts out each individual person going to the Walmart. That cuts out each individual person going to the Walgreens. Each point person would need a one of those membership cards that they can buy in bulk, and then service the surrounding area of your location, and just Keep on tweaking and evaluating what you need to correct and put it in place until we can figure out how to set up a supply line that's more, I guess, more formal. But we got to start somewhere. We got to get our own supply line. We got to get our own businesses so we can employ our own people. Otherwise, we're just marking time and waiting for us to die a natural death, or we want to stay dependent on this government. Do you want to stay dependent on this government, or do you want to be self reliant? Which one do you think is going to provide a better future for your children and grandkids? Which one you think is going to be better? Staying dependent on the government or figuring out how to be self reliant? I think most of us will vote for being self reliant. Everybody else get a chance to have a happy and productive life. But America and the government and the corporations and the oligarchy, they have managed to close the door to many of us for far too long. Some of us got through the door. Some of us made it to retirement. Some of us made it to a comfortable, financially secure life. But a lot of us did not make it. A lot of us got left behind. A lot of us had a lot of doors shut in our face. A lot of us didn't make it to retirement. A lot of us died before we could even claim our Social Security or whatever retirement plan we had set up. So now it's the time to put on that thinking cap and set up that supply line and start growing that food and start creating our own business right out of our living room and garage or backyard or front yard. Somebody knows how to do mechanics. Not one of us should have to take our car to one of our enemies' business. We should not have to get them to service our car. We need to figure out what is the supply line, how we get the supplies, how can we get them at the most cost effective way, and figure out how to get it done. Buy in bulk and figure out the supply line. Because our dollar power, is the engine that drives America's economy. That's what's keeping America's economy afloat. It's the Negroes and brown and dark brown skinned human beings. But we've been cut out of it. We have been cut out of that opportunity to benefit from that economic land of milk and honey. But that's life. You have to live and learn. You're going to make a lot of mistakes and you're going to get a lot of things right. But it's never too late to make correction. It's never too late to make correction. And God has given each one of us that opportunity. What we do with it will determine the outcome. What we do with the opportunity that God has given each one of us will determine the outcome. But we have to get that infrastructure set up. We have to get those networks set up. Those networks have to be set up pronto to provide everything that we need if humanly possible. And it's going to be very difficult in some ways, and it's going to be easy in some ways. But we can get it figured out one way or the other. It can be figured. We have the ability to figure it out. All we have to do is put on our thinking cap and start networking. Before Donald Trump and Elon Musk and the Republicans finish putting more and more things in place for our demise and for our children and grandkids' demise. We can either sit back and wait on it, we can either sit back and wait on it, or we can take action. The choice is ours. That is what I'm doing myself. I've been working on it for well over a year. I have already transitioned to building my own websites and trying to monetize them. Because who did you boycott today could see the writing on the wall. Once I started feeling better from my fibromyalgia for a very long time, I have not been feeling well enough to really work. But just in the last year or two, the pain has lessened and I'm able to work a little bit more. So I went back to my entrepreneur mindset. And so once my body started feeling better, I said it's time for me to go back to my entrepreneur. So now I am in the process of building 5 different websites to monetize. I have to have something in place along with the other 4 things so that I can try to provide some level of security for my daughter and myself. So I started working on it about a little over a year ago. But just in the last few months, I started working on each one of these websites. I said, well, I have a passion for gathering information. It makes no sense not to monetize it. It makes no sense seeing as how my MOS in the military was telecommunication. Excuse me. It only makes sense for me to be doing something online. But I also hope to start growing my own food. I've already started reading and learning as much as I can. I have built a website dedicated to that, and I hope to be able to start growing my own food. Uh, so most of my focus is to work on those 4 websites every day I get up. Only one has been monetized through Google AdSense. I have 4 more I'm going to try to get approved for Google AdSense. And so those are my main tasks right now until I come up with something else. Until I figure out something else better than me doing those, working on those websites, that's where my focus and energy has been put. I have the ability to show anyone else exactly what I'm doing. If somebody else wants to do what I'm doing and give it a try, then send me a DM message and I'll walk you through it. Because if you are posting content on Twitter, then you certainly can post content to your own website and be earning revenue 24 hours a day while you sleep. It's a no brainer. It's a no brainer. Yes, Lord. Okay, folks, I got to get back to this work. I got to get back to my work. But thank you for popping in. Thank you kindly. I hope you're having a good start to your day. I hope you are safe and out of harm's way. Stay alert, stay alert, and look out for one another. Do everything that you can to put as much protection and safety around you at all times. I trust that the Heavenly Father is going to make sure that each one of us live our days the way it's meant to be. Okay, folks, that's it for me. Thank you again, and enjoy the rest of your day. 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. This is Who Did You Boycott Today? How are you folks doing today? Thank you for popping in. Thank you. Thank you for popping in for the broadcast. Okay. 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 Uh, I just wanted to pop on here real quick because I was in Don Mulo room. I think his name is Mulio. Don Mulio with talent and all the good folks who gathered together. Jake, uh, the lady with her new name who was Sexy Raw. Now she is Sway Me. Sway Me got a chance to come off the microphone and tell the whole room that we're in the golden age. We're in the golden age, folks. We're not in we're not in the Project 2025. We're not in the Donald Trump has made English the official language, so now they're gonna have job opportunities. They what else do they point out? And they talk a little. Somebody mentioned about the death penalty for, excuse me, for those who deal with drugs. Uh, they talked about anti-socialite came in and tried to give her perspective. For the most part, it sounded like they shot it down. But I won't give a verdict. And then there was one person that I did not catch too well. He talked about the different something, I don't know what he called it, but some folks with pink skin are plotting our demise. One group want to, I guess, section us off and let us starve or something. And one group, what came out of that man's mouth? Um, Let me see if they record in this room. Don't look like they recording it. Dang it, they not recording that room. I wish I could remember exactly what that man said about those Jewish folks and them other demons plotting for our demise, but I just can't remember it. I wish I had a thought to push my recording, but I did not think to push my recording. And so now I can't remember it. Dang it. But getting back to Sway Me, she wants you to know, she wants all you good folks to know that you are in the golden age. You are in the golden age. Don't you feel have any negative thoughts because you are entering the golden age. Food prices are going up sky high. Homelessness is hitting record number. The prisons are overloaded and they're not getting proper care. Folks are still making minimum wage. Folks can't afford medical care. Folks can't afford insurance. Folks can't afford to keep a roof over their head. Folks can't find jobs, but we're in the golden age, okay? Just keep that in mind. We're in the golden age. So, after listening to these folks, I started listening to them in January of 2022, and it's been 3 years. And when it started out, it was reparations, a no vote. That lasted for about a good little over a year, and then it went to deportation. That lasted until election, and after the election, now we're gonna have to compete. We have to roll up our sleeves and compete and get that bag of money because Mark King Carter and Sway Me want you to know that each state are going to get a budget. Each state, now check the budget of your state. Look it up on Google and figure out where the money is going for the budget for your state because you are supposed to get some of that money. You are entitled to some of that money. But the part they left out is that if you don't control 51% of the population, more than likely it's a 50-50 chance that you're not going to get allocated the proper funding. But they didn't care to mention that part. They didn't care to mention that part. And then somebody said the other night when I was in a room that 8 Republican states refused funding for breakfast and lunch meals in public schools. But nobody mentioned that today so far in a little bit of time that I've been in that space. Um, I've been listening anonymous, and nobody mentioned those 8 states that the Republicans did not want to fund for breakfast and lunch meals. But they want you to know that you have to roll up your sleeves and get out there and get those government contracts and get those grants. Just go ahead and apply for those grants because you just may have a chance to get one. Uh, I wish somebody would put up a website of an outline for a grant. I don't never hear anyone doing that. It's a well kept secret or something. It's a well kept secret for those who have gotten the grants. Why don't they put it up so other folks can have an outline and walk them through it step by step? But no, folks just prefer to get online and brag about what they have got accomplished. Well, if you know how to do it, then 10 other persons should know how to do it. 20 other persons should know how to do it. 30 other persons should know how to do it. If you got it done successful, then you should certainly have an outline that you can post somewhere on a Facebook group, a website, or your Twitter community, or a PDF. But somewhere somebody should be able to click on a link and be walked through the process of how to apply for a grant. Because I've been hearing folks talk about these grants for well over a year. And I still don't know how to apply for one. I even joined a grant website myself. I even did a little bit of research on it, but I didn't know what to trust and what not to trust. So I left it alone. I applied for about 2 or 3 of them. I think I remember doing that much. I paid my little money and I joined the Durham website and I said, I can't make sense of what I'm reading. It's all going over my head. I'm trying to read it and process it, but I can't make sense of it. So I got to be frankly honest with you. That's just my little brain. But the next person, they may be able to understand it better than I could. But I'm just kind of fed up with folks popping on these apps, bragging about this and bragging about that. Where's the Durham network? Where's the link for folks to click on it and get that information that you have? But folks are really good at popping on these apps and bragging about what they're doing. Well, then if you are doing it, then you should be setting up a website so you can walk someone else through it step by step. Take them by the hand and walk them through it. How hard can that be? How hard can that be? Because I certainly understand that because who did you boycott today when she was in the military? They made her training NCO. I had to make sure I trained that person to understand as much as I knew or more. So if these folks got this knowledge, I'm wondering why it's a well kept secret. Because this is madness. And I think they've been listening to my broadcast, so now they're trying to get in gear. Yeah, they've been doing a fairly good job. They pop in and listen to my broadcast, and then I look in the Twitter land hallway and I notice the conversation is about something that I spoke about on my broadcast, but they don't want to mention my name. They don't want to mention my name or give me any credit. I'm not part of the popular club. I'm not part of that popular club. I'm not part of that scholarship club. I'm not part of that clique club. I'm not part of that inside club. So my name don't get mentioned. But they must think I have amnesia, that I don't remember what I talk about on my broadcast. And then I go back and listen to them, and I know they have listened to my broadcast. Uh, the folks had a little room about boycott the other day, the other week, and they did a thorough job of not mentioning my name because they know I've been preaching to them about boycotting for well over 2 years. It's been 3 years total, but at least on Twitter it's been 2 years, and they don't want to mention my name because they want to pretend like it don't exist, like I have not been preaching about boycotting. But they went. Oh, I got to go back to that part where I left off at. Well, we had the election, and the folks got on the Twitter land, Twitter spaces, and started telling folks now that Donald Trump is going to deport all of these folks, all of these jobs are going to open up, and folks need to start their LLC. They need to start their LLC, and they need to apply for those government contracts, and they need to apply for those grants. So that's the plan. It don't went from reparations to now today we're at number 4. We have entered the golden age. We went from reparations or no vote to number 2, deportation, to number 3, you are supposed to apply for government contracts and grants and set up your LLC and start your own business. Number 4, we have entered the golden age. So I don't know what Donald Trump is going to do. I have only the past history to make my evaluation on. And I'm going to take a person for their word. I'm going to take a person for their word. And Donald Trump said that he do not want anyone growing up to hate America. I just keep on repeating that over and over to myself. And every time I repeat it to myself, I think about the Negro ancestors and the sacrifice they made for 246 years as Negro slaves. That's what I think about every day I get up. I don't know about anyone else. Everybody is thinking for themselves. Everyone is at different places in their life. Some folks are young, some folks are 30 and 40 and 50 years old and 60 years old and 70 years old. So folks, every we are all at different ages. So I can only think from a 62-year-old person that's been here for 62 years and do my critical evaluation and apply my logical thinking and apply my lived experience and hope and pray that I can come to a clear understanding for my decision and understanding that I need to go forward. And I don't know what happened, why these folks continue to want to be a part of this corrupt system. Nobody in that room ever mentioned the word oligarchy. I think they think that if you don't talk about it, it's going to go away. Do anyone feel that if you don't talk about the oligarchy, that it's just going to go away? They just going to pack up their suitcase and go home and forget about the government. Well, the oligarchy took over in 1981, and they have been there up until the present day. And so, with all those empty promises or positive thinking, I guess I'm going to have to call it positive thinking, no one wants to mention about the oligarchy. Folks want to pretend that there's no such thing as racism and we're not being targeted and we're not being targeted and we're going to have fair opportunities. We are going to have fair opportunities going forward. Uh, all of that, all of that hardship and discrimination and racism that you may have experienced is all going to go away. It's just going to disappear. Folks are going to just snap their finger and it's going to disappear. And you're going to be able to walk through that door, the bank, and get your business loan or your home loan or whatever type of loan that you need. You're just going to walk in that bank and apply for that loan, and everything going to be right in the world. Everything is going to be right in the world. You're going to fill out your application for that government contract and pray to God your application get approved. You're going to fill out that application for that grant and you're going to pray to God that it get approved. So what I summed it up to today, that folks are in there counting their crumbs. They're in there counting their crumbs and they are happy go lucky when they could simply wake up tomorrow and boycott. But they prefer not to do that. They prefer to tell their people just put your trust in Donald Trump. Donald Trump has not done anything to harm black Americans. Don't believe all those folks who telling you that because it's not true. It's not true. Don't you believe any person telling you that Donald Trump has done anything to harm black Americans since he took office. Don't you believe that? But my common sense tells me that as long as Negroes and brown and dark brown skinned persons are integrated with this corrupt system, a few folks are going to get through the cracks. That's always been that way. A few folks are going to get through the cracks. A few folks going to get their grants. They're going to get approved. A few folks are going to get their government contracts. A few folks are going to get their nonprofit organizations set up and receive their government funding. Few folks are going to set up their LLC and start their own business. But the masses of us are going to continue to suffer. And I don't understand why. I think most of these folks don't want to boycott because of me. I'm starting to think that they despise my guts so bad that they are refusing to boycott because they don't want me to be right. And I don't know why it just started entering my thoughts. I haven't felt this way all this time that I've been preaching about boycotting. It just hit me while I was in that room tonight, this evening. it just entered my soul that I said, Aquilin, after listening to all of those promising, intelligent persons, why are they not? Why are they refusing to boycott? Because I'm constantly listening to very, very intelligent scholarship individuals with abundance of common sense, but they refuse to say the word boycott. Most of them don't even want to say the word boycott, let alone try to organize a boycott. Like I've said on my broadcast, if you don't want to join the boycott that I have launched, then launch your own boycott and leave me out. Just completely leave me out of it altogether. If I can support it, I would do my best to support it as long as it's a target boycott and the demand is Special Field Order 15, or if Special Field Order 15 cannot be implemented, then land grants should be awarded in that equal amount combined with cash payment. That's what the boycott that I am preaching about. I would like for the Negro ancestors' debt to be paid, and that is the broken contract of Special Field Order 15. With whatever amount of time that I got left on this earth, I want to be dedicated to fighting for that. I hope by fighting for Special Field Order 15, it will give the next generation a foundation, a safe haven that they can call their own. Whether it's Special Field Order 15 or land grant, they can call their own. If they choose to sell that land someday or waste that money, then that's their personal choice. But they deserve to inherit something for the next generation. But no, instead of doing that, those folks are in there changing their tune. They have went from reparations to deportation to we're going to have all these opportunities now that Donald Trump is in office, and now we are entering the golden age. And reparations got lost somewhere along the way. But every now and then they'll throw it in there. They'll throw it in there from time to time. First they were saying that reparation was not possible for the next 4 years. Now folks are saying, well, we need to start talking about that Trump platinum plan. And I'm trying to make sense of it because I guess they listened to my broadcast and I mentioned that why would you why would you be happy with the platinum plan when it's no different than government programs? I don't quite understand that part. If Donald Trump is offering the platinum plan, and I read it, I can't remember all the details. I downloaded the PDF and it was 2 pages. It was a little 2 pages, and I remember saving it, but I can't remember which disc that I put it on. But I did take the time to download it. I downloaded it and I read it, and it was just 2 little pages, and it was quite general. I'm quite sure they would do a little tweaking, a little editing, but if you're pushing and promoting a Trump platinum plan, that's not a whole lot different than the Democrats' government program. I don't see a whole lot of difference there. But listening to these folks, you would think it's the answer to solving the problems of the Negro community. But I want you folks to take notes, gather your pennies, gather your nickels, gather your dimes, and gather your quarters, and put them in a cookie jar and buy land and buy a home and put as much financial security under yourself as humanly possible. Folks are going to do what they please, but I can just give you my best suggestion from a layman's person. I don't claim to have all of that book knowledge. I don't claim to have all of that connections with the politicians. I just claim to be a down to earth person. That's the way I've always lived my life. I can't change now. I'm too old. So my best suggestion that I've been given for quite a while, gather your pennies and nickels and dimes and quarters and put them in a cookie jar. Decide what you want to do with it, like buy land, buy a home, do some research, start utilizing the internet and do your research and try to find opportunities that you can find and do apply for them. I'm not discouraging anyone not to apply for any government contracts or grants, but as we know, everyone is not going to get a government contract. Everyone is not going to get a grant. And so my concern is that we just need to boycott to give us the ability to regroup and have our own safe haven within the landmass of America. Because these other folks, they are taking control of these states. That's why God is good and Black American Homeland had explained to us, been working on it for over 2 years, that we have got to take control of some of these states before it's too late. You can go look at the map. I may post it again. I'm gonna have to find it. I had posted it one time, a couple times, where I had it posted up to 30 and 60 days. I'm gonna have to go back in my on my disk and try to find that post again, where it had the whole map broken down of how the Latinos had about 4 or 5 states, the Caucasians had about, I think it was 10, and then the Asians had their section of the country, and there was no section on that map for the Negroes and persons with brown and dark brown skin. So you can go do your research on Google and get a breakdown of the population state by state and evaluate it for yourself. And you should be able to figure out which population have control of the different states. Like Joe Biden told the civil leaders, the legacy organizations, that they had to learn to get along with the Latinos and Mexicans. Well, I think based on the population breakdown, that's why Joe Biden said what he said. Because the Republicans have already locked down their voting block in 27 states, 27 out of 50. That includes the diehard Republicans, whoever clings to that camp, plus the Asians, plus the Latinos and the Mexicans. Those four voting blocks, voting population, have already formed a voting block. And I guess if you go back and look at the election on the 5th of November, it's going to break down along those lines. So you ain't got to believe what I'm saying. Go do your own personal research. And then if you Evaluate it different. Send me a DM message and I'll make the correction. I'll do a broadcast and make the correction. But when I went out to Tucson, Arizona in 2003, I could see the writing on the wall that the Latinos and the Mexicans were going to outpopulate all the other ethnic groups. That was way back in 2003 when I was in the process of completing my accounting degree. Everything around me was in Spanish. It was unbelievable. So I remember one day walking to the parking lot to get in my car with my classmate, and I told her in about 10 to 20 years, the Latinos and the Mexicans would outpopulate the largest American population. And it's right on the nose. Right on the nose in 2023, going into 2024. So that's just my personal evaluation that I did way back in 2003. I don't know why God put that thought in my head or gave me that understanding. So I cannot take credit for that. But that's what went through my head, and that's what I spoke out loud. I spoke it out loud because the Heavenly Father put the thought in my head, and so I had to speak it. So here we are. Folks, some folks believe that Donald Trump is going to do a lot of damage. Some folks believe that he's not going to do a lot of damage. My primary concern is for the children and the elders and the Negro ancestors' history. And hopefully, I'm included in that somewhere. Me and my daughter and my community. Those are the priorities that need to be in order, regardless of who is telling the truth. I don't know for sure who is telling the truth, but I do know that the oligarchy control America's government. They decide what goes into the bill, what bill go to the floor, what bill get voted on. Until that is dealt with, everything else is just an empty promise. Until the oligarchy is dealt with, I don't think the people will be treated fairly. I don't believe that, and I'm not going to lie to myself. I don't think the people are going to receive fair treatment. Yes, it's always going to be those who are going to be able to survive. Those in that bracket above 50%, they'll be able to weather the storm. If they are comfortably and financially secured and they are in that bracket above 50%, they more than likely going to have a fighting chance to survive. But those in that bracket below 50%, it's going to be very, very hard to keep their head above water. And so, no one is doing anything about the price of food. I mean, everything is going up, whether it's a product or a service, it's going up. Nobody talked about that today in that room. In that little room they gathered together, no one talked about that. How is that person going to survive for the next 30 days? How are they going to survive for the next 60 days if the price of food don't drop? How are they going to be able to hold on for all these suggestions about applying for government contracts and applying for grants and applying for jobs? All of that good suggestion and good advice, but it can't help that person that cannot put food on the table for the next 30 days. That's not going to help them. But a boycott could. A boycott would give them a fighting chance because we could finally force our government to come to the table and meet our demands. Just launch the boycott and tweak it as we go along. But come launch the boycott and force America and the government to come to the table and deliver, excuse me, and negotiate on the top five demands that we can put on the table to put some sense of balance back into our existence. The corruption has run rampant for decades, and it's not gonna help that person that's homeless. It's not gonna help that person that have to cover their prescription costs or pay for their health care. That's not gonna help them in the next 30 or 60 days. And for those that have the passion and the drive to apply for their government contract, wish you all the best. I hope you get approved. But that will not help all persons. All persons don't want to be an entrepreneur. All persons don't want to apply for a grant. All persons don't want to apply for a government contract. A lot of folks can't go to work. I was I was in that position myself when I started suffering from fibromyalgia in 2012. I literally had to stop working because I could not get proper sleep. And I'm never going to be able to stop suffering from fibromyalgia. But luckily, with the blessing of the good Lord, I had already reached retirement. I was in the process of working as a security officer and going to school at the same time. But it got to be too much for me. So I had to stop working altogether and try to get through one day after another. So I understand as much as I can for those persons that physically cannot work. Yes, there are a lot of folks who want to be lazy. There are going to always be those persons. Everyone in society are not the same, but that's a small percent. I think every person can be motivated to be a productive human being. Some persons just need a little bit more encouragement, a little bit more assistance, a little bit more motivation. Some of us are self motivators. That's myself. Some of us are not self motivators. We need encouragement. We need a support network. We need someone to take us by the hand and walk us through it step by step. But those persons, a lot of the time, they don't get the help they need. But all of this is coming to a head. In about the next couple of months, we're gonna get a better idea of where Donald Trump and Elon Musk and the Republicans are headed are heading this country, which direction they are taking this country. But we cannot wait for the good or the bad. We know we're not gonna wait for the good or the bad. We're just gonna have to plan accordingly and put on your thinking cap and figure out what's best for you. Figure out what's best for you and stop listening to these lying politicians. I have already started a Negro ancestor independent party for the Negro to honor the Negro ancestors and to help us gather our number count. I wish more of us would dedicate more time to gathering our number count and building a network. We should have a network in place no matter what problems we have to solve. We shouldn't have to wait for the crisis to be coming around the corner before we have something in place in case a problem come up. We should already have something in place to deal with that problem before it happens. But folks too busy talking, folks too busy getting on a Twitter app and bragging about what they have done, bragging about what grants they are getting, what government contracts they are getting, about their nonprofit, about their LLC. And that's all well and good. But I'm going to say again, if you know how to do something and you're not, or don't have the time, or don't have the desire to show that next person or that next 10 person, then I don't know why you get on a public app and bragging. If you understand how to apply for a grant, then a 10 other persons should know how to do it by clicking on a link and following the instructions and following the steps. But it's not doing anyone any good by jumping on an app and saying, okay, you can apply for this grant. I just got a grant. I just got a grant over here. I just got a grant over here. So you can apply for one. More than likely, you may get approved. They may need someone to walk them through it. They may need someone to hold a hand and walk them through it. Or they may need to click on a website or a Facebook group or a Twitter community and read the steps. How hard can that be? If folks got the time and the energy to pop on a Twitter stage and talk about what they're doing, what is hindering you from writing it all down or typing it all down and directing that person to go read it when they have time, if they think it's something that they are interested in? What is stopping folks from doing that? Every time I try to mention on my broadcast, Who Did You Boycott is building 5 different websites. I have stated on my broadcast that anyone that want to do what I'm trying to do, I'm willing to stop in my tracks and walk you through it. I am investing my time in affiliate because the affiliate market is going to be a 36 something billion-dollar industry by 2030. And I said that's worth me investing my time in. I've always dabbled in it over the years. I just never really invested a lot of time into it. Well, now that I'm older and I need to do something that I can do at my computer and it doesn't put a whole lot of demand on me with dealing with my fibromyalgia. So it's a good fit for me and maybe it can be a good fit for someone else. One of my websites have already been monetized. It has been approved by Google AdSense, and I'm working on the other 4. So I do my little part to try to mention what I'm doing and make it clear that I'm willing to help the next person understand how to do it. And if I could type it out, I would type it out, but it's just the steps are I guess I do need to put it on a piece of paper, but picking a website a person has to decide, do they want to use that particular platform. But I use a platform called Hostinger, and all you have to do, the website platform build a website for you in 5 or 10 minutes. In 5 or 10 minutes, the website is built. But I'm gonna, after I've had a chance to gather all the work that I put into the websites that I'm building, I'm gonna figure out how to maybe put it in a PDF or something, and post it on my minds.com, because that's the platform I'm gonna be using. I'm in the process of transferring my content from Twitter to minds.com and Fanbase. I don't want to continue to support Twitter because Twitter don't want to pay me any money. Minds.com and Fanbase are the only two platforms that have paid me one penny. I am in a reserve mode as an investor on Minds.com. I am an investor on Fanbase. That investment has went through. The investment that I have made into Minds.com is still in reserve mode. Once they send me the final contract, I will become an investor. So it makes common sense for me to put my content on those two platforms. The person who recommended Minds.com to me was Autopeel on Twitter. I was just listening to him one day and he suggested Minds.com, and I went over there and tried to figure it out. It took me a little while to try to figure it out. I still don't have it totally figured out, but for those of you who understand these social media platforms better than I do, I'm sure you're not going to have any trouble figuring it out once you read the help section. But the one good thing about Minds.com, once you post content over there, you can share it to Twitter, the Facebook, and other platforms, and they'll pay you a little bit of revenue just by sharing your content to either Twitter, Facebook, other platforms that I can't think of off the top of my head, and you can be earning revenue just by sharing content, the same thing that you do right now. You can also monetize right out of the gate on day one. You can set up memberships, you can set up groups, you can submit your original content to the what they call something called mines. It's your original content that you wrote up, and you can submit it to the platform, and they'll pay you a portion of the revenue that's earned on that particular day. So that's what interests me about minds.com. I have over 60 groups set up over there. They've been up for well over a year and a half. And so I'm going to continue to invest my time into that platform, which is the enemy, and then also support fan base Isaac Hayes the third. I think he's Isaac Hayes the third. I want to support his platform, and I will continue to put some of my content on some of these other platforms, but I really don't invest a lot of time into YouTube. I post quite a bit on Twitter because it's for the $8 that I pay for my little check mark. It gives me an opportunity to pay $8 a month for advertisement. But after I have set up my websites and started generating organic traffic. I'm not going to have to use. I excuse me. I will not have to use Twitter platform. Hopefully, very long, very much longer. That's what I'm working towards ending. Um, so I just popped on here to say a few words. I'm gonna get back to working on my websites and working on my tasks or the content that I need to upload to my websites. But it's really disheartening for our folks to be still encouraging our people to put their hope and trust in this voting process in this corrupt government when no one is talking about a strategy to deal with the oligarchy. They starting to try to talk about the lobbyists, but you got to first organize and get your number count before you should be telling anyone to go vote. Before you should be telling anyone to put their trust in the political process, you should at least be getting organized and gathering your number count. You should know your number count before you say out of your mouth for anyone to trust the government or any support from the government. If that number one thing is not put in place, then you then have to deal with the government, and the politicians are not going to pay you any attention if you don't have economic security. So the number one thing that has to be in place is organizing and knowing your number count. Excuse me. Number two is your collective ethnicity have to have economic security. That means a collective ethnicity or community have to have a economic security based on land, homes, and other assets. Number three, you have to have a business infrastructure because Negroes and Black American descendants of Negroes, our we don't have a nation. So we have to have those three things in place before the politicians would take us serious. If we don't have those three things in place, these politicians know they only have to entertain you for 6 months to a year. Just 6 months to a year, long enough to get your vote and forget about it. Because all of these other ethnicities, they have a nation. They have a nation. They come from China. They come from Germany. They come from Italy. They come from Jamaica. They come from Africa. They come from Canada. They come from Japan. They come from India. They all come from a nation. So they already have the backing of a nation behind their vote. Plus, most of them have economic security. They have economic wealth in some form or fashion. But folks are not telling our people that. Oh, and I left out the other part. You have to educate your community to be a voting bloc. You can't just tell them to go vote and think everything's going to turn out right. You can't just tell them you're going to run candidates and everything's going to turn out right. There should be a website up that folks can click on in a central location, and everyone should be sharing that link and let it reach as many persons as humanly possible. Just go back to the olden days and get some business cards printed up and put the link to that website and let folks just pass it out to persons in their community when they go shopping at the mall, when they go run their errands, they can just hand out the business cards or whatever y'all folks call that QR code. Do use both methods. But folks are not doing that. They're not putting these steps in place. They're not putting step one, step two, step three, step four, and then after you get those four things in place, you still have to deal with the oligarchy. Then you got to deal with the lobbyists. And then you got to deal with the politicians. But you folks just keep skipping over things. You keep skipping over things and just feeding folks empty promises and empty hope. When I am calling it criminal. It's criminal at this point because these persons are too smart. Folks are too smart and too common sense not to be working on putting these things in place. Why are you gonna tell someone, uh, we're gonna we're gonna work hard, we're gonna protest, we're gonna march, we're gonna call our representative, we're gonna email our representative, we are going to continue to vote, we're gonna we even gonna start asking our community for donations so we can pay for a lobbyist. When how can you pay for a lobbyist when your own community don't have economic security? What sense does that make? Before you tell someone in your community that you want to pay for a lobbyist, you should already have land equity, homes, and other assets before you ask your community for one penny to donate to a lobbyist. That is the most bizarre thing in the world. That you're going to stand before your community and say, we want to pay for a lobbyist. But you ain't encourage your community to buy land and homes and other assets so they can establish their own financial security, and then that collective security of that collective community can be the foundation for the politicians to take you serious. Because they're not going to listen to you if your community don't have economic security. They're not going to listen to you. They don't have to be threatened by you. They don't have to care about any word coming out of your mouth because they know the numbers. They have already crunched the numbers and they know that the Negro community is going to be at zero wealth by 2040 or 2053. So I don't know how you plan to get a politician to take you serious. I don't care if you run every candidate that you can find. You can go out there and hunt up every candidate, and even if every candidate will win their election, you will still be outnumbered at the local, state, and federal level because the numbers don't lie. The Negroes and brown and dark brown skinned persons don't have a population in 25 states. You don't, and I don't have a population in 25 states out of 50. So we got 25 states that we can run candidates and hope and pray they win. We have 25 states out of 50 that we can run candidates and hope and pray they win because if we don't have 51% of that population of that state, more than likely they're not going to win. And if they do win, if we don't have control of 51% of that population, we're not going to be controlling the state budget more than likely. But folks don't talk about that. They don't talk about that. No, they just want to keep it a secret. They want to keep it a secret, but I'm going to keep on preaching about it. I'm going to keep right on talking about it on my broadcast because it's downright criminal for All these folks who have all that education, all of that intelligence, all of that common sense, that they are keeping this information from their community. I think if a lot more persons who did not vote was informed or educated about this information, they just may decide to re-engage. If they had a better understanding of the disadvantage they are in day to day, they just may decide to re-engage. But as long as folks are kept in the dark and they're not properly educated, then they're not going to make the best choice. They're not going to make the right choice. They're not going to make the best choice. I didn't understand half of this when I volunteered for Barack Obama campaign. I didn't know half of this. I was addicted to C-SPAN, and I just knew I wanted to volunteer. I volunteered for John Kerry campaign. And that's when I really started to understand, who did you boycott? You are not educated. You are lying to yourself. You have been lying to yourself all of these years. You were participating in a corrupt government and you were not educated properly. Since that time, I've been trying to better educate myself. I still cannot stand politics. I wish I didn't have to have anything to do with it, let alone think about it. But I have enough common sense to know that I have to engage. I have to devote a little bit of time to politics because it impacts my day to day life. But those persons who are non voters, they have checked out. They have to understand why they need to re engage, why they need to try to get educated. Most of us don't want to know anything about politics. It's boring. It's quite boring, but it's also very important because we cannot avoid it. It's going to impact our day to day life, whether we like it or not. But those persons who stay home and don't vote, they need to understand, and they need to feel like they're being heard. Those persons who choose not to vote, they feel like they're not being heard. They feel like those policies and legislations are not impacting their day to day life. And we can be honest about it, that most of those policies and legislations that get passed, they don't filter down to the bottom and really have the impact they were meant to have. So you're not going to stand before someone and tell them that your policies and legislations are impacting their day to day life and they don't feel it. If they feel it, you're not going to have to tell them that. They're going to know it because they know what is impacting their day to day life better than anyone else. No one can stand before them and tell them what is impacting their day to day life better than they can. So if those non-voters are better educated and folks start listening to them and start connecting with them, they just may decide to re-engage, whether they like it or not. Like me, they're not going to want to pay attention to it 365 days out the year, but they may want to tune in from time to time. But they're not going to tune in if they don't feel like they are being heard, if they don't feel like the government policies and legislations are impacting their day to day life. They're just going to continue to check out. They're going to continue to block out anything about politics. And that do affect all of us. The If it's more non-voters than there are voters, then it don't take rocket science to know that all of us are being hurt. That don't take much rocket science. 80 million persons did not vote in 2020. 80 million. When I looked up that information, I was shocked that 80 million persons chose not to vote. Based on what I heard so far, 100 million did not vote in 2024. I had estimated it would be at about 120 or 140. I was certainly off. But my best guess was that at least 120 or 140 was going to stay home. Because if 80 million stayed home in 2020 and things had gotten worse by 2024, I just knew that it was going to be larger. But for all of these folks who have a passion for politics, to know that there are more non voters than there are voters, then that should tell you all you need to know. Something is wrong. Something is really wrong with the system that folks are willing to sacrifice everything and not go vote. They can they are willing to sacrifice that my life is not getting any better, so I don't have anything to lose. My life is not getting any better, but that person over there, their life may be getting better, but my life is not getting better. I have no motivation to want to go vote. I'm just going to sit home. And for that number to keep on growing more and more, then for all you smart people, for all you folks who care about voting, you should be able to figure out that something is majorly wrong. Something is really wrong here. Something is really wrong. And all of us are going to pay a price until we get it figured out. Because whether whether you get upset and cry about those person that stay home and don't vote, it's not going to change anything until those persons can understand why they need to vote and let their voice be heard. They deserve to be heard. They deserve to feel like the policies and legislations that are passed are impacting their day-to-day life in a positive way. And until they feel that way, they're not going to be motivated to go vote. They just not going to be motivated to go vote. I don't care how long you lie to yourself, it's not going to change. It's not going to change. And those poor Democrats, they really think they're going to get folks to come back to vote for them. They just been a hope they don't lose half of the voting block they have right now. They need to be concerned about that. They better pray to God they don't lose half of their voting block that voted on the 5th of November, let alone try to coast some of the 100 million that did not vote. They may not even have a good bit of the voting block they had on the 5th of November because the Republicans and the Donald Trump, they're going to make sure they target their voting block and they got the information at their fingertips. Oh, Elon Musk is going to know who voted for each person before a midterm election. He's going to know all the way down to the nitty gritty who voted for who did not vote, and I'm sure they're going to do everything in their power to make sure they reduce the voting block for the Democrat. And they're not even going to have to break a sweat. They're not even going to have to break a sweat. They're not going to have to use any advertisement. They're not even going to have to break a sweat. They're going to take a little ink pen and they're going to reduce that voting block. A good bit of those folks are going to get deported. A good bit of folks are going to have to relocate for another job. So the Democrat voting block is getting ready to get mixed up. While running around here crying about Kamala Harris being black. Kamala Harris ain't gonna never be black. Kamala Harris has India blood flowing through her body and Jamaican blood, but Kamala Harris don't have black American blood flowing through her body. But they still standing on that, and some of them want her to run again. I tell you, folks are pitiful. No matter how many times folks tell you that they don't want to vote for a lady, you just gonna double down and shove it down their throat anyway. They don't try to tell you one time. They don't try to tell you a second time. They don't want to vote for the lady. They don't want to vote for her. But your little brain is gonna tell you to run her a third time. You know, folks had to be very upset not to come out to vote for Kamala Harris. Donald Trump should have never have won that election. Even with having the 25 states lead, Donald Trump barely won. Barely won. Yeah, the Latino men and the Latino women and the folks who call themselves white, they went to that side. But Joe Biden told you that in 2020. He told you that the Latinos and the Mexicans were going to compete with them for the majority. So your brain should have told yourself, what if the Latinos and the Mexicans decide to vote for the Republican, which makes sense because they all about capitalism. And the Latinos and the Mexicans are just below the folks who call themselves white as far as economic wise. As far as economics, they are in second place. So why would they want to vote for the Democrats? They have already come to America and established themselves in second position. They right up there with the Asians. They neck and neck. They neck and neck. They are neck and neck. They just below the pink people, the Caucasians. They just below them. So they all about tax cuts. They all about tax cuts. They all about capitalism. They not thinking about no government programs. So you should have already have known that you were not going to be able to count on that voting block unless you something is mentally wrong with you. I don't know why you couldn't figure that out. All you had to do was shimmy on over to Google and say, Google, give me a breakdown of the population state by state. And you should have been able to figure out what is the income bracket of the Latinos and Mexicans. What is the income bracket of the Latinos and Mexicans? And then that should have told you, give you an estimate of who they were going to decide to vote for. See, the Democrats were counting on those immigrants becoming a new voting bloc. Because clearly they are intelligent enough to know that they had lost a section of the voting bloc. So they were welcoming all of these invasion to become their new voting bloc. See those folks who just come in, they not in that income bracket of those other Mexicans and Latinos and other immigrants that's been here for a while. They have already established their economic security. So they are in a different bracket at this point. They're not in the same bracket of those immigrants that just recently invaded. See how that works? That's why the Republicans were so desperate to win this election. Because they knew, the same way the Democrats knew, that it was up for grabs. It was really up for grabs, but the Negroes didn't want to use that position to demand Special Field Order 15 and cash payment because it was up for grabs. It was up for grabs, and they could have been forced to come to the table if you would have put enough pressure before the election. They just may have come to the table and negotiated, but you didn't want to have the backbone to do it, so you passed it up. Now it's too late. Now you got to hope. You got to hope that Republicans don't end up gaining 5 or 10 more states. They at 27. My estimate is they'll be at 35 by midterm election. They at 27. They may already be at 35, but they certainly are going to work towards that by midterm. And if they don't get it completed by midterm election, they'll probably have it completed in the next 4 years. That's why the Negroes and brown and dark brown skinned persons passed up a prime opportunity to force this country to meet their demands, but they passed it up. They just gave their vote away. They just gave their vote away. And now they're going to make all the excuses they can come up with. But you just go back and look at the data. Donald Trump barely won, and that was with 100 million staying home. If 100 million wanted to stay home, don't you think you could have spent 2 years threatening a no vote, and it could have went either way? It ended up that way pretty much. When you add up the numbers and 100 million stay home, why couldn't you have sent that message for 2 years? Republicans and Democrats, we threaten a no vote if you don't meet one, two, three, or four demands. Why couldn't you do that? I don't know why you couldn't do that. That's what I preached about. Y'all called me crazy. Y'all called me crazy. That's what I said, and y'all called me crazy every time I came off the microphone and said that. Y'all called me crazy. Now, who's crazy now? Who's crazy now? I don't think it's who did you boycott, because you folks who I met on Clubhouse know good and darn well that's what I said, and y'all called me crazy. Y'all didn't want to hear what I had to say. I wasn't popular. I wasn't a scholar. I wasn't part of your clique. I wasn't part of your inside club. So what I said didn't matter. That's all well and good. I don't. I ain't never been about. I ain't never cared much about being popular, cause I've been shy all of my life. I'm an introvert. I'm a full-fledged introvert. None of that stuff matters to me. Okay, I got to get back to this work. I got to get back to this work. But thank you folks for popping in. Oh yes, I forgot one thing. That sorry human being by the name of Sway Me, she keep running around here telling you folks that we are Black American Negro descendant. I want you folks to know, like I mentioned on my earlier broadcast, every time they mention that acronym, just keep in mind they are helping America erase 246 years of Negro slavery. They're not telling you that part. They're not telling you that part because if you change how America recorded Negro slavery and you replace it with a new acronym, then you erase that history. You wash it down the drain. You just turn on the faucet and wash it down the drain because it was recorded under Negro slavery. It was recorded under Negro slavery. It wasn't recorded under freedmen and it wasn't recorded under Black American Negro descendant. It was not recorded under Black American Negro freemen. No, it was recorded under Negro slavery. So every time you go into one of these rooms and you see it on their profile, just understand that these ungrateful human beings are erasing the Negro ancestor history and sacrifice and achievement because it was recorded under Negro slavery. But they still think they're going to get Donald Trump and the government and the OMB to approve these new acronyms. That's yet to be seen. That's yet to be seen. I just want you folks to make a recording and remember this date and remember how Negro slavery got removed, got washed down the drain. Remember that. Always remember how it happened. Don't let these lying people wake up 5 years from now and reinvent a lie and pretend like they played no part. No, remind them of it. Record it and save it for your children and grandkids so they'll know the truth. Let them understand how America rewrote that 246 years. Because America, my common sense tells me they are going to insert the Germans, the Irish, the Asian, and the Latinos into that 246 years, and Negro is going to be removed. My common sense tells me that in 5 years, they're going to pretend like Negro slavery never happened in America. Never, never happened. But indentured servant did. Folks came here and they were indentured servants, but they were never slaves. But you can't tell these persons that because they full of their ego. They full of their ego and their own self interest and their own self agenda that they can't hear that. But that's exactly what America is trying to do. That's exactly what America is trying to do. America is trying to genocide and erase the Negro bloodline. And these human beings who prefer these other terms, they are helping America do that. Because I don't care how many times you say Black American and African American out your mouth, you can't make it into a bloodline. I don't care how many times you say it, you and I don't have the ability to make it into a bloodline, a ethnicity. Only God can do that. Only God birth each human being into a specific bloodline. America had nothing to do with that. The OMB had nothing to do with that. Uh, the Congress had nothing to do with that. The Senate had nothing to do with that. When God birthed each human being into the world, they were birthed into a specific bloodline. That father and that mother already had a bloodline before they conceived that baby. And so when that baby was birthed into the world, when that baby was birthed into the world, they were birthed into a bloodline already, a birthright, a Pacific bloodline birthright. And you cannot make up a bloodline. Now you can do your evil and come up with a classification called Black American and African American and Freeman and ADOS and LPA, but it don't make it a real thing. It don't make it a real thing. And so I don't know why folks want to continue to run around here and inflict harm. You can just go read the definition on the OMB. You ain't got to take my word for it. Go read the definition. They trying to change the definition and tetter to Negro, but they don't want to identify as Negro. They they too good to identify as Negro, but they want to tetter to it. And so you go read the definition, and the definition on the OMB states very clearly any person identifying as Black American or African American is a individual belonging to a black racial group of Africa. Any person identifying as Black American or African American, they belong to a black racial group of Africa. That's not a birthright. That's not an ethnicity. That's not a bloodline. That's a general definition. No baby is born to a black racial group, and we are intelligent enough to know that. Not one baby has ever been born into the world belonging to a black racial group. But that's what America decided. That's what the OMB decided. They couldn't even respect a human being enough to give them a recognized birthright. That's how low down America is. That's how low down America is. They said, we're not even going to respect you enough to acknowledge your birthright. We're just going to make up a general term, and we're going to call it Black American. We're going to call it African American. And then we're going to put it on forms, and you're going to check a box, and you're going to fill out applications, and you're going to check a box, and you're going to become that. But America recognizes every immigrant ethnicity on this landmass. They didn't they didn't forget about that. So if they cared enough to recognize every immigrant ethnicity, why couldn't they do the same for the Negroes and those who were here in America by 1865? Why couldn't they do that? Because they didn't want to. That's why they didn't do it. Because they certainly recognizes every immigrant ethnicity. If you're German, if you're Asian, if you are Irish, if you Native American, if you're American Indian, if you're Asian, if you're Latino, if you're Mexican, if you're Jamaican, if you're Haitian, if you're Ethiopian, if you Nigerian, if you Somalian, you are recognized. America said we're going to recognize your birthright, but America didn't want to do that same thing for every person identifying as Black American and African American. Do you think that was by accident or do you think it was on purpose? Which one you think it was? Okay, but Negro is a true bloodline. That's why America wants to erase it. Negro is a true bloodline that was discovered 9 years ago. 9 whole years ago. And I'm sure Russia, Putin knows it. America know it. The Jews know it. And I think a lot of other folks know it. But it's all going to come out in due time. It's all going to come out in due time that Negro is a true bloodline. And folks just wanted to make a joke of it. But that's okay. That's okay. That's perfectly okay. You folks gonna get your just due before you take your last breath. You're going to get that just due before you take that last breath. Everything that you said negative about Negro has already been recorded in the book. It has already been recorded in the book. So you're not going to get away with it. You're going to have to answer for it before you take your last breath because it's already recorded in the book. Everything that you say and do is recorded in the book. So you folks can go ahead on and knock yourself out and keep dumping on Negro. Just keep on having a good old celebration. Just continue to have that good old celebration till you can't celebrate no more. It's downright pitiful. Folks care more about nigger, saying the word nigger, than they're not offended by the word nigger, but they offended by the word Negro. How pitiful is that? It don't get no more pitiful than that. It don't get no more pitiful than that. Folks run around all day long. The most popular word on Twitter is nigger, nigger, nigger. Nigger, nigger, nigger. Nigger, nigger, nigger. Nigger, nigger, nigger. But nigger is not going to get you a bag of money. Nigger is not going to save 246 years of Negro slavery. But Negro will. But that's the one that you are offended by. That's the one that's outdated. That's the one that's not worth fighting for. So we're going to find out. So we're going to find out once and for all re- whether or not America is going to acknowledge that 246 years, or are they going to wash it down the drain? We're going to find out from Donald Trump and the OMB and the president and the whole world. We're going to find out once and for all whether or not America going to decide to acknowledge and honor that 246 years of Negro slavery, or are they going to wash it down the drain? It ain't going to be no guessing anymore. It's not going to be any more guessing or assumption. Once and for all, we're going to find out. Because Donald Trump is quite clear that he do not want anyone growing up to hate America. Donald Trump don't want anyone growing up to hate America. Good old precious America cannot be, folks cannot grow up to hate America. Well, I don't think America wants folks to grow up learning about Negro slavery. I don't think folks want Americans growing up to learn about Negro slavery. I don't think they want that to happen. I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. But only time will tell. And I don't think Donald Trump is going to keep us waiting too long. I think he's going to come out with a decision quite soon. Quite soon, Donald Trump is going to make the announcement. So, you folks have a good one. Thank you for popping in. Thank you kindly. Enjoy the rest of your evening and take care.